What is a blacksmith's favorite flower? Forge get-me-nots. Happy Sunday, my friends. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here tonight. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. We've got StatCat first in chat tonight with a hydrate. Thank you for that. We're starting a new water bottle. And Dead Zergling close behind. Welcome in, Zergling. Hope you are well. Lucent Jelly, thank you for being here, and thank you for the coffee. Water first, though. Tonight we're going to play Alundra, my friends. If by some miracle I finish this game and finish it quickly, we may play something else as well. I don't have anything planned. I don't necessarily think a victory is likely based on the way last time went. I want to be hopeful, though. It's such a shame. It's such a shame because of like the last few times we played this game. Like there's been so many ups and downs. But I just not sure which of these is actually our current save file. I think it's this one. I've gone back and forth between nights where we make amazing progress with this game and nights where nothing happens. And it started off so well the last time we played, and then I got so horrifically stuck. I'm still stuck. I have no idea what to do. So it's gonna be a rough night. I am not ready to ask for help. I want to bang my head against this problem. No Wheel of Scorching yet. Is the wheel turned off still? I thought I turned it back on. Let me double check that. I meant to turn it off after the last stream. I didn't turn it on. Alright, if you refresh, it should appear, if you want to redeem that. We'll leave it live until I get seeds again. Fingers crossed for major progress and no sadness. Well, Zergling has already ensured sadness by redeeming the wheel. I'm going to, like I was saying, I'm not ready to ask for help yet, but if you're watching and you see something that you think I don't see that might help me, don't say anything, but keep it in the back of your mind, because after a couple hours tonight, I'm probably going to have to break down and ask for help, based on the way last time went. It wouldn't be the Frownie channel without the wheel. I was gonna ask the same question. Welcome in, Buddha Fingers. There's more for later. I saw what was going on and wasn't going to get in that way. There's more for later. Alright, so the wheel, nothing new on the wheel yet, except the toxic waste candy is in one of the spots. Wasn't going to get in the way of the redeem, okay. Mega Isaac today. Yeah, Isaac's been rocking the Mega Man hat for a little while. He was actually wearing it for a while before I even noticed. Now I will redeem it later, Buddhafinger says. Thank goodness. It's the toxic waste candy. It's the only new thing on the wheel. I've never had one of these before. They look... I expect that they're going to be identical to warheads. They come in this little toxic waste barrel, I guess. They proclaim themselves to be hazardously sour. Well, one of them fell right out. But I mean, look, the packaging, they look identical to warheads. I guess this is probably blue raspberry. Yeah. So I expect I'm gonna like this. It doesn't, I mean, it's just a plain round candy, it looks like. It's hard to show off. It doesn't look very powdery. It got worse. Instant regret. I was gonna say it's not at all as bad as a warhead, but it's about the same. It took a second for the delayed regret. It took a second for the chemical to start biting into me. Put toxic waste in mouth. Not expected to be terrible. It's alright. It's alright. Ooh. There's a little bit of bitterness to it. Maybe that was in my imagination. So we are, I believe, in the final dungeon of the game. I mean, not right now, but I have access to it in a warp that gets us back to where we were pretty quickly. I didn't find everything in the game. I tried real hard. But there are definitely some things I missed. I'm missing at least four, maybe only 4 of the golden falcons. There's an item here. There's a sword I haven't been able to get, which I think you get the sword if you find everything else in the game. It's like a 100% reward, and I think that sword goes here. I don't know for sure, but, because usually our swords overwrite, on the left here. But this is the Holy Sword, and it seemed very story significant. Like this game's equivalent of the Master Sword, I guess, so I wouldn't expect a new sword to overwrite it, so I expect if we got that other sword, it would go here. I still have the Earth Scroll. All my other scrolls turned into books. I never found the Earth book. So I know there's stuff out there in the world yet that I still haven't been able to find. One of those things, probably a falcon, would be my guess, is right over here. In this building. There's a treasure chest that I was never able to open. So there's some way to get to the other side of this situation here. But I've never been able to figure it out. I would expect that there's a way to, that there's another entrance hidden out here somewhere. And I just can't for the life of me figure it out. It seems like we should just hop up on this thing and, like, go down the chimney. Like, that would do it. But I haven't been able to figure out any way to get up there. Doesn't seem doable. None of that stuff's really the end of the world. Like, I would have liked to have 100% completion, but I'm not too upset by the idea. And also because I think for some of the collectibles in the game, I don't know this for a fact, but I have a strong suspicion that some of the collectibles are only obtainable for a limited window. Because there are certain, like, mini dungeons and areas that, like, once you go through them and collect whatever their main item that you're supposed to get out of there is, the entranceway gets sealed up. So if there's an optional collectible in there that you missed, well, that's just gone. I don't like that. I don't like that situation. But I think this is one of those games where it does that kind of thing to you. Heal up. It's weird that I didn't do that before saving. I have kind of thought, like, if by some miracle, like, I finish this game right away. I actually thought on Friday if I finished the game real early. But then I thought again tonight about it, like, what I should put on if I finish this is I should put on Brave Fencer Musashi. Because we made it all the way up to the last boss of that game, and then I got lazy and forgot about it, and we never beat it. And that's just an awful place to leave a playthrough off, to leave off with a playthrough, and to leave off forever at the final boss. Brave Fencer Amnesia. So this is where I'm stuck, and here's the thing, like, I've got one key. I cannot find a door anywhere that I can use the key. In fact, I got a key from somewhere, and then I went through a locked door, and on the other side of the locked door was just another key. So I burned a key opening a locked door that only had a key behind it. And now there's nowhere else that I need a key. Like, it's just the worst situation. There's something going on with this place. Everything in this place is frozen. I need to get keyed in. I'm off key. So, like, everything's frozen, and a lot of things, like, this switch is hovering up in the air where I can't get to it. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like, almost every item that you would see in a room that, like, could potentially be interactable is flying above my head, so it may as well not exist. It's very frustrating. It's like the game is teasing me. Frozen enemies. Can't even, like, run into them and hurt yourself. These ones I can't hurt. Some of the frozen enemies I can attack, and some of them I can't. This one has a guy hidden inside. And this one has a barrel. Looks like I should use that barrel to get up here. I can't. I can't jump. Like, this guy is, I think, high enough that I could jump over there. Oh my goodness, how did I do that? Oh, it's useless. It's just a pointless item. Ah. That's not even anything to be excited about. It's the dungeon that doesn't end. Doppelganger, welcome in. It really doesn't. I'm in big trouble with this one. As it goes on and on, my friends, somebody started delving it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue delving it forever, just because. I want to say it's beautiful, Buddha Fingers, but I also... It pains me to have my plight so described. Can't do anything with these guys. I can stand on them. Oddly enough, the barrels don't actually trigger these switches. I think in the past, like, historically with the game, we have been able to trigger switches with barrels, but these are different for unknown reasons. So this is where I got the key. I did flip this switch, I think. But nothing happened. And this other one is flying, so I can't interact with it. Door doesn't open. I can't even get up to the door. There's something... There's something that I can't see blocking the way. I wish I had unlimited explosives. It's very convenient that it, like, you know, like Zelda makes you collect your bombs, right, or buy them. And they're finite. It's very convenient that they're not in this one. It does maybe make things too easy sometimes, because the bombs are really powerful. So that's that side. There's nothing over there. It's a chest I can't reach, a barrel I can't reach. Never mind. I can reach the barrel. Another useless item. Alright, maybe there's something I can do with this, though. The barrel, that is. This is good. This is good. Being able to pick up this barrel. This has potential. Let's go. Oh my goodness, I made it somewhere new. We hit a switch. Things are happening. That's the best kind of unreachable barrel. The kind that you can reach. Oh my goodness. Progress, here we go. Towers pierce the sky in the direction where the light is born and dies. The towers meant to control time are in a deep slumber. Okay, there's a door over there to the left. I think this just gets us back out of here. Yeah. Though I might... I don't think I can go up there. These little desks look weird. Alright, onward. No, my key doesn't work. There's gotta be a way to get up to the store. Oh, hang on, I can bring... Oh... I don't think so. I was thinking maybe I could bring that barrel from the other room, but I don't think that's... I don't think you can usually carry stuff like that from room to room. I'm gonna give it a try anyway, though. Yeah. I mean, maybe I can just jump onto the enemy from this chest. Yeah, okay. No worries. I'm so nervous that I'm gonna get stuck again. It's hard to, like, feel good about the progress because I'm just so worried. Victory. This is phenomenal. Looks kind of cool up there. What time does the clock say? I don't know if that's going to be important. I don't know, there aren't any hands. There's a thing over by the 3, though. Oh. Hey, Fuzzy Boots, welcome in. What's the symbolism between Frownie holding the Oh No flags in today's Frownie selfie? The symbolism behind? I was starting off the night in serious trouble, Fuzzy Boots. When we left off in this game, I had been stuck for like a couple hours. So I wasn't looking forward to tonight. I thought it was going to go badly, but we're making progress already. Things are actually good. It's not a very oh no situation. The image, the artwork was made. That was a draft. Jelly made that because we had the idea that we wanted an oh no emote. And so Jelly made that artwork for that purpose, but it ended up becoming the Kool-Aid Frownie. Right, the idea being, you know, instead of oh yeah, oh no. Maybe not that clever. I would say most of the Frownie icons are themed to a video game that I've played on stream. Maybe half of them, and then others. Some of them are just generic costumes. Like there's a scarecrow, and there's like a treasure hunter. They're not really themed to anything in particular, they're just cute costume ideas. Was this game a one-off? Not at all. Not at all. I've played this game for like 14 or 15 sessions so far. We're 54 hours in. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. No, that your question makes sense. I misunderstood the phrasing. No, there's a sequel to this. I've heard it's really different. Most people say it's not quite as good, but I'm not... Of course, my no spoilers thing, I don't want to look into it to find out until I play it, so I can't really share too many details. But there is a sequel. Hey, Sots, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Pleasure to have you here. Looks like you're playing Portal? How did that treat you? Are you doing for Portal, are you doing a speed run or a custom maps or first playthrough? Thank you for the face cam inversion, Stat Cat. We hang out upside down a while. What if you found out the sequel was jankier? You'd have to play them. Well, I already own the sequel, Zergling, so we have to play it someday. Playing Portal for the very first time. Nice. I hope you're having a good time with it. I like that game quite a bit. Oh, Enigma Wave, welcome in. Didn't mean to overlook you, my friend. Thank you for coming along. It was this game was a 1 month off. I think we've been playing it much longer than that. Having a great time with it. Yeah, I played that game. I was living, we were living in Korea when I played that one. I have fond memories of it. I really enjoyed playing through it. I like, it's one of the examples I go to. Sometimes I talk about how I like games that have kind of a lonely quality to them. And, Portal's a pretty good example of that. I think Castlevania 64 and Dark Souls are both kind of lonely games. Oh. I don't know if you're I don't know if you're supposed to be able to walk along the very edge like I was doing there. I don't know if this is something you're supposed to be able to do or if this is cheese. That seems like cheese. I'm dying. Maybe that is something you're supposed to be able to do. I'm glad I watched you play this, because I don't think I would have liked it, StatCat says. I mean, there's definitely been times where I haven't liked this game very much. This is Alundra, by the way, if anyone's come in and you don't know what we're up to. It's a PlayStation 1 game, it's a Zelda clone, and mostly a very good one. But it is, it's targeted at a somewhat older audience than something like A Link to the Past, so it is oftentimes incredibly dark and grim, and incredibly obtuse and frustrating when it comes to the puzzles a lot of times. I've really been pulling my hair out, but I haven't had to look anything up yet. So far, it has been completable blind. But there have been times where I've been stuck for a couple hours. Never played this, but I think I'd like it. If you like, if you like Zelda-type games and you want something that's a step up from that in, like, its sort of difficulty, I think this game is definitely worth playing, but, it's very frustrating sometimes. I don't know that I can figure out the point of this door. Oh. Huh. Alright. I get the point of that door. Where? I need to go heal myself so we can stop listening to that awful click. A lunge is a pretty fun time for most of the game. Then you hate it for the where do I go now? Yeah. Yeah, whenever I can figure out what to do and I'm making progress, I'm usually having a really good time. It's only when I get, like, really stuck. Then you figure it out and it's a good time again. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the combat's mostly really easy. It's not particularly great, the combat, but I mean, that's not, that's not really why, it's not really why you play this game. There's something I always felt a bit odd about sprite-based games on the PlayStation 1, Enigma Wave says. Like, Suikoden? Loved that game. I don't think I know that one. Oh, and I saw the message, too, about the stream going offline for a couple minutes there. I don't know what would have caused that. Can I not just... Oh. I feel like if I'm fast, I move faster than the door, right? I should be able to squeeze my way through there. I don't know if I need to clear these enemies out or not. It's very odd that these both lead to the same place. It's a JRPG. Oh. I didn't think that was gonna work. I died. And wasted a good item because of it. At least the clicking stopped, though. No! The enemies respawn because the cutscene played? I disagree. I like that little puzzle, though. Oh. Hey, Angelus. Long time no see, my friend. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful vacation. I've been thinking about you because it seemed like you were gone forever. Back home, just wanted to alert everyone to my return. I'll raid you after my stream, but thank you, Angelus. We'd love to have you and your friends join us. On vacation, but I'm glad it's over. It's how I usually feel when I go on a vacation. I'm kind of a homebody, so... Vacations are always usually really fun to begin for me, but then... I'm ready to go home when it's over. Wish my central AC was working. I have to rely on a loud fan until the AC is fixed. It's the only thing keeping me cool. I'm sorry to hear that, Angelus. I hope you're able to get that taken care of. Hopefully it won't be terribly expensive to get it fixed. It's a lot of just decorative rooms in this dungeon. Oh yeah, the barrel doesn't work. Alright, I mean, this is not too tricky. Never mind. It's very tricky. Why'd that happen? Is that on a timer? I think it's just on a timer. Really? And now the barrels work? What? Silliness. Too much silliness in this game. I always wondered why super rich people, we even hear about them, wouldn't they just be on vacation forever? I don't know, Buddha Fingers. Hopefully someday I'll become super rich, I'll gain some personal insight, and I'll get back to you on that one. Until then, it will remain a mystery. Be back later. Gotta get things ready for my stream. See you afterwards, Angelus says. Thanks for stopping in, Angelus. It's good to have you back. We're all temporarily not millionaires. Temporarily embarrassed millionaire. So I guess the issue is that switches that are on the floor can't be pressed with barrels, but raised switches can. That's very odd. It's very odd that they'd be different like that. Just so curious how these people end up in the news instead of out on a cruise, Buddha Finger says. Oh no, can I go back? Well, this wasn't a one-way trip. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was really worried I was going to miss that. Alright, this seems very manageable. No! I guess that opened this door over here. I wasn't paying enough attention. What? Oh, there's a thing up there. Uh-oh. That didn't do it? Oh, that changes the direction the fires go. Well, that's interesting, but you don't even need to do that. They shut off with plenty of time for you to just time your jump. Weird game. What a weird game. Depth perception is the bane of my existence. How in the world am I missing that? Goodness. This is pretty hazardous for a bedroom. On the one hand, I want to say, you know, like the giant spike ball and moving platforms are like... I want to say they'd make me sleep easily, since I wouldn't have to worry about anyone coming in and interrupting my sleep, but... On the other hand, if I had to get up in the middle of the night to, like, use the restroom or something... I think I would run the risk of causing myself severe harm. Oh, it lands on whatever one we do last. I think I'm immune to walking through fire. Yeah. I think I can make this jump, though. That's pretty good, Doppelganger. That's pretty good. Oh, cool. I messed it up because I didn't, you know, I realized too late what it is, but this is cool. This will be kind of fun. No, I I didn't make the jump I thought I made. I actually did better than I thought I did. Uh-oh. No, I'm back here. Wasn't as cool as I thought it was. Oh, we've been upside down for long enough. We've kind of done a lot of stuff, so we're going to step out for a moment, heal up, restock some supplies, and save. We can just use this save book. Oh, that's weird. Oh. Oh. Huh. Well, that didn't leave where I thought it did. Alright, well, that's okay. Oh no, they're all... Wait a moment. Huh, I thought maybe one of them wouldn't be an enemy. You get them all with your weapons, so of course they all become your enemy. Fair enough. I can't really blame them. I don't know that this is the way I want to go at the moment. So I thought that hole in the floor in the room above, I thought that that was a byproduct of this bookcase lowering into the ground. That's what my moment of realization was all about, is that's what I was realizing. But that was wrong. Okay, just trace figure 8. Oh. No. I can make this jump. The worst part is having to walk out of the room to reset it every time. It's such a small thing, and it's the worst part. This is something that shouldn't be this difficult. Like, it's only difficult because the controls are so stiff. This is a comment that's maybe too harsh for this game, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The thing that's like super frustrating about when a challenge is made difficult by the stiffness of the control is just it's like the developers are weaponizing their own incompetence against you. Hey, Loaf, welcome in. It seems like battling the devs is a key part of Alundra. They're the true final boss of the game. Oh. I see why we were gifted a platform now. Oh, this just got 1,000 times more tedious. I'm gonna have to move that every time. Oh no. And I thought the 1 block wide column you had to jump onto and back off of in Super Mario Brothers 1 was bad enough. It's just, so here's the thing, is like that was a really harsh comment to make, right? To call the devs incompetent for the clunkiness of the controls. Like, that would be more deserving if I had, like, of a game like Taz Munching Madness, right? But still, it's like, diagonal movement is really rough in this game, and they knew that, and so then they give you a jumping challenge that's based all around these diagonals. So, it's not undeserved. Not every time, just each time until the successful one. Well, no, I do have to move it on the successful attempt, too. Otherwise, it won't be the successful attempt. gonna be here. We're gonna be here a while. Get comfortable, my friends. Oh. So I've heard that the automatic jumping in Ocarina of Time is like the result of Miyamoto didn't want platforming. He didn't want to risk Ocarina of Time becoming too much like a platformer. That's why Link just can't jump. There's no jump button. That decision has to be the result of him playing Alundra. So if this is what happens when you enter platforming into a Zelda game, we can never allow that to happen. Only Mario is allowed to do 3D platforming, and occasionally Luigi. Very occasionally, right? Hasn't Luigi done the exact same amount of 3D platforming as Toad? Pretty close. I mean, I only know the only 3D platformer that I can think of that has Luigi is Mario 3D World, which also has Toad, right? And Peach. Unless we finally, oh yeah, you're right. Mario 64 DS. I was about to make a joke about Mario 64. I was going to make an L is real joke. I would really love to see a 3D Wario platformer in the same vein as Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I think that they made a 3D Wario platformer that was kind of that like linear 3D style. I think that could work really well. I have 3D Wario on the Virtual Boy. Hey, Thrifty Anvil, welcome in. I hope your week is getting off to a wonderful start, my friend. Actually, I have that game as well, the Virtual Boy Wario. I've never really played it. I tested the copy out when I got it, like to make sure it worked, but I only played like a level or two. so little I don't even remember it. I've heard it's really good, but just who in the world wants to hook up a Virtual Boy? It's time for a new Wario game that isn't WarioWare, Sot says. Nothing wrong with WarioWare, though. Yeah, yeah, we could use more. Use a new Wario platformer, and as I played Kirby and the Forgotten, I really loved Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I thought that game was really, really good. But it's just something about it when it's like the whole time I was playing it, like I was thinking, I guess because I'd played Wario recently, but I was just thinking, boy, Wario could really excel with this kind of treatment. Wario and Kirby games like make me think of each other a lot. There's something there. I think they could cross over well. Why do they have to put it at the very extreme edge of my jump? Like, I have to leave the very last pixel that I could stand on before my jump and reach the very nearest pixel. And sometimes I don't even get to try. Imagining Kirby with a Wario hat and mustache. Can you not do that in Smash Brothers? I haven't actually played enough Smash Brothers to ever... I don't know if I've ever experienced Wario and Kirby matched up against one another. No, I think that's the furthest I've ever made it, right? I think I've pressed this switch before, but I don't think I had the pillar in the right place when I did. This is unbelievably difficult. If I ever have to talk someone out of playing Alundra for some reason, it's going to be real easy. All I have to do is show them this room. I'm having second thoughts. Let's go. Oh, finally. That wasn't even the worst puzzle in the game. There's actually a puzzle that's jankier than that one. Thank you for the GG sots. Thank you. Oh. Not bad. The worst puzzle in the game was one where you're on the edge of a cliff and you have to get to another one. You have to cross a pit of lava, and there are fireballs that come up out of the lava, and you have to hit them with your ice beam at different heights so they form a ladder because the cliffs are uneven. And the ice beam shoots out at a downward arc, but you have to build an upward ladder, and it was horrific trying to get through there. And every time you mess up, you'd fall into lava and take damage, so it was as bad as it could possibly be. The worst puzzle in the game. And the thing is, it really hurt because the concept was solid. No complaints at all about the idea of the puzzle, but the actually playing it to solve it is so frustrating. What? I spent an hour in this room trying to solve this puzzle the other night. And I couldn't do it because these things didn't move last night. Or Friday night. It's fine, I'll just leave that there. There's actually nothing at all in that room. Okay, wasn't really expecting a key. Doesn't seem like that should work. One key. I've still got one key. Two more of these things, huh? Hey, Mile High Roll, welcome in. Having fun? I'm having a much better time than I was on Friday. We actually had a really good time for most of Friday, and then it just fell apart. Things are going pretty good right now. I'm a little confused at the moment, but not hopeless at the moment. I want to say there's a chance we're going to beat this game tonight, but I've made the mistake of thinking that before. It's like a ladder, but I can't actually climb whatever that is. It's just a decoration. Does look like a pretty epic area. Certainly must be near the end, but who knows? Well, yeah, based on the way the story was progressing and the way I unlocked access to this area, like this has got to be the final dungeon of the game. I'm very confident this is the final dungeon. Can't figure out where I haven't been now, though. Go. I need to get over there. Oh. Okay. Now we've got this. Boy, this requires you to go a long way around. Cheeky Tengu, welcome in, Cheeky. Hope your week is getting off to a good start. Alundra's going pretty well. I'm making lots of progress tonight. I got really stuck last time we played. Like, stuck for a couple hours stuck. So I went into tonight, I was scared. I was scared tonight. I thought I was gonna be lost and miserable, but we started making progress kind of right away. It's a little slow going at the moment. My confusion level is a little high, but I think I'm working it out. This game will do that to you. Oh no. I was trying to decide whether or not I needed these barrels, but I actually don't need the barrels now. Please be correct. Well, we shall see. I don't want to know too much about Alundra too, because I plan on playing it someday. No, I fell off in the wrong place. Oh no. That was bad in so many ways. I gotta go all the way around again. I misunderstood what I was looking at. I didn't know I was looking at a ledge. I thought I was looking at a gate. Ugh. Thank you for the wheel, Stat Cat. We'll give that a spin. I kind of locked myself into playing Alundra 2 before I ever even played this one, because I bought them at the same time. Wouldn't have guessed there was an Alundra 2. I definitely checked that playthrough out one day. Yeah. Yeah, they're both PlayStation 1 games. And like I was saying, I don't really know anything about Alundra 2. I'm keeping myself in the dark regarding it. But I can say that from just the pictures on the box, it looks very different. Redeeming the wheel or beans is like pulling the trigger on Russian roulette. Did you get them as a special double pack? No, they just I found them at a retro well, it was at like a retro media store. They didn't just do games. They had like VHS tapes and vinyl and all kinds of stuff. But they just happen to have Alundra 1 and 2, and I got them for a pretty decent price. Mostly complete. The Alundra 1 was missing. It's supposed to come with a map, and it didn't have the map, but it had, you know, the case and the book and everything else. So it was kind of cool. All right, let's we're gonna spin the wheel and just pray I don't land on the sunflower seeds. Jelly beans. All right, I can take that. Map seems like it'd be nice to have, but would you use it? Well, see, that's the thing. Not really. I did look at the map, though, and yeah, exactly like Cheeky's saying, the map is actually useless, because it's not a world map. It's just a map of the village. It's more of like an art piece and introduction to the world and characters of the game than it is really like a map that you could use to find your way around. Because I did break down and look up a screenshot of it at one point. I was super stuck. I got super stuck at one point in this game because I think it was around this time. Where I actually tried to look at the map. Yeah, but neither side of the map is used. Even the world map is not really a world map. Not in a way that you could follow it around anywhere. It's an artistic representation of the world, but like it won't show you how to actually route through to places. Not the one I pulled up, anyway. Oh, so one of the things this game does, though, is like sometimes when you do mini dungeons in this game, sometimes when you get to the end of it, it teleports you back out, and sometimes it doesn't. And so I got into a mini dungeon, and I found the key item of the mini dungeon. And so I was like, well, I guess I'm done. I found the thing I came in for. And so I was like, it's just one of these where I back out. So I backed out. And then I couldn't make progress in the game because there was more to do in that mini dungeon, and I didn't know that. So then I spent 2 or 3 hours walking around the whole world of the game trying to figure out what in the world am I supposed to do? Where can I go? I can't find anything. And out of desperation, I finally went back into that mini dungeon and found there was another branch of it that I'd overlooked. But it was during those 2 or 3 hours of stuckness that I was like I've got to look. I think that was when I was like, I've got to look at the map and see where I haven't been. All right, let's we got landed on jelly beans. That means I got to spin the wheel on the wheel. That's the best one. And we get a green jalapeno jelly bean. The bean is green, not the wedge it landed on. Oh. They're not that bad, but if you haven't been eating spicy food regularly, at least in my case, my tolerance is low lately. Alundra 1 and 2 made me cry when I was a kid because of the story or because of the frustration. The story is pretty grim, so I could imagine someone being emotionally affected by it if you're getting really invested. Let me reset my audio real quick. The frustration. Yeah, the frustration of Alundra is making me cry as an adult. If I tried to play this game as a kid, I don't know, it might have been lethal. Awesome. I'm glad I jumped down there and... What do I do? Where do I go? Why am I so stupid? I mean, me crying out those exact phrases have been the soundtrack of this stream. Oh. If you were to watch the last like hour or two of the VOD from last time I played this, that's pretty much all you would hear me say over and over and over again. I've got to be able to figure this out. I can't be this stupid. Why? there's a room like this on the other side of the castle too, so I think we're gonna know where to go next fairly quickly. What? I can't go in. Oh, I'm again, the like depth perception. The world is frequently not shaped the way that I think it is. Hated the depth perception in this game. Yeah, that's easily like the number one flaw of the game, is that it is just impossible to tell where you are in relation to some of these like ledges and stuff. And sometimes like the jumps that it expects you to make are just bonkers. Just indefensible. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is bad. I knew I messed that up before. That switch. It's alright, we just have to go all the way around again. That's all. Despite the flaws, it's worthy of a remake. I mean, better yet, just re-release it as it is, and then give us an Alundra 3. Just release it with a warning on the label, though. Game has been known to cause intense anxiety and frustration. A special ESRP rating, yeah. Yeah. If I remember right, there's a piece of lore inside of Resident Evil 2, right? That, like, something about, like, the architect that designed the police station being crazy, and that's why, like, you have to solve this, like, series of obtuse puzzles just to get anywhere in the game. Two doors. I think they probably lead to the same place. Yeah. Cool. Don't want to fall down there. No, I've already been here before. What? None of this is new? No, maybe I haven't been over here. Maybe have I? I don't know. Got Fear Effect Sedna on Switch for a couple bucks. Unlike the first two, it's playable. I've never even heard of this series. Oh, I think I know where we are. Cool. Whoa, don't fall down there, whatever you do. I think that's how we get that treasure chest that I couldn't collect earlier. I think we're in the room above that now. That was the puzzle, just to hit them in reverse order. Easy enough, I suppose. One and two are on PS1, worth checking out. Look good. This gameplay's a bit complicated. See the game over screen more than any part of the game. Are they... Are they RPGs or action games or... No! Oh. Well, that's not what I would have expected. That Wonder Essence is like an item that like you should be like I should be super excited to come across one, because it's like, you know, it's like a fairy from The Legend of Zelda, right? It's a super good item to have. But the thing is, like, I'm always annoyed when I open a chest and find one because I've always got one in my pocket. So finding one is never useful to me. You can only carry one. The Resident Evil type gameplay. Oh, nice. Not so much survival horror, more espionage puzzler. That could be fun. That could be fun because the puzzles are the best part, right? They are for me anyway. I'm never really excited about the combat, the enemies in any games like that, like Silent Hill or Resident Evil. Like, whenever I encounter a boss in like one of those kind of games, like, I'm not thrilled. I'd much rather encounter a puzzle. Victory. That's it, my friends. We have completed another chunk of the game. Gonna heal, gonna save. I'll come back and then we'll see whatever lies beyond that door. What horrors await. Could actually be the final boss, because when we came in the first time, the big bad guy of the game was hanging out in that room before. So I would assume he's probably still there, but with this game it's hard to tell. I could go through there and just find the entrance to another series of dungeons. Combat makes me a bit tense in most survival horrors. Yeah. I mean, you know, like, if it's a horror game, right, the combat should be, like, not... Like, the combat should be something that you're kind of scared of, right? If it's a horror game, you should feel like the enemies are threatening, and... So, like, it's okay, you know, like... While I don't really enjoy the combat in those kind of games, it's not, like, the end of the world that I don't, right? It's just all I was saying. Suppose Fear Effect is kind of a horror. Good design, just not my favorite personally. I'm going the wrong way. I always get to a save point and just want to break. I see more lanterns. You dare to challenge me, little releaser? Fine. My bloodthirsty minions shall satisfy your death wish. Behold. I really hope this is not a boss rush. Disagree. No, I keep walking into him. There's no... I'm the greatest danger to myself. Oh, he got me. I wasn't quick enough on the draw. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That robbed me of 4 heals. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Alundra, my friends. Captain Jax, thank you for the raid. Very grateful to have you with us. Let me go ahead and pause. Ryan Pyro, welcome in. Loyal, welcome in. Great to have you here. CJ, welcome in. Welcome to the brain food that is Alundra. This game is something of a nightmare. Tell us about your stream. What were you doing and how did it go? I'm attempting to type a shout out. Always have to type with my unclever hand, though. Oh no, my bot might not be working. Is it? Well, that worked. Why didn't the shout out work? Played a Castlevania fan game called Soul of Dracula. Ooh. Is that a NES style game or Super NES? I imagine it's probably NES if it's a... I feel like I see more NES style fan games than anything else. Beat that. Then played and beat House of the Dead 2. Wow, a whole night of victories. Great to hear it. House of the Dead, I've never played, but oh, it's a PC game. A homebrew game. Well, right on. 2 victories in one night. Big night. I've never played House of the Dead, but I've played Typing of the Dead. That was my only Dreamcast game. Gonna be starting Batman and Robin for Genesis tomorrow. Right on. I've never played that one myself, but I've heard really good things about it. We do mean the animated Batman and Robin, right? The Adventures of Batman and Robin, not the... Because isn't there a Batman and Robin movie game? Or that might be Batman Forever. That I'm thinking of. Hopefully, yeah, the Adventures. I was gonna say, hopefully it's gonna be that one. All right, on. That sounds like a good time. We are 55 hours into Alundra. I'm at what I think is the final dungeon, and I'm on my way to the final boss. I think this dragon is like phase 1 of the final boss. I don't know. He said something about minions. So I'm just doing my best trying to take down this dragon here. Homebrew games are definitely interesting, CJ says. Mega Man Unlimited gave me a run for my money when I played it. Yeah, because I don't really do anything on PC. I don't actually have much experience with homebrew and hack type stuff. I'd like to get more into it. I know I can do it on console once I have the appropriate flashcards. Some of the stuff, anyway. Hey, Darkness Abides, welcome in. The dragon's gonna burn my biscuits. This dragon is kind of getting the better of me. Even if I defeat this dragon, we're probably going to have to fight him again. Because I came into this situation with 12 heals, and I wasted 4 of them. And I imagine some of those would be pretty useful for the further phases of whatever's going on here. I know, but I know I have 8 left, but it's not as much as it seems. Not when you're as bad as me. Got lucky and had fish tacos, Loyal says. Right on. I've never really tried a fish taco. I like the idea of having fish as the protein in a taco, but I don't like a lot of the stuff that people usually add to them. The fish part sounds good, but the other toppings are things that kind of frighten me away from them. My dinner tonight was grilled cheese sandwiches and potato chips, Loyal. Hey, grilled cheese and spaghetti? Nice. Great minds think alike. Sounds classic and amazing. It was good. Grilled cheese, habanero lime potato chips, and a glass... and a glass of lemonade. Wish I had that glass of lemonade now. My throat is, misbehaving. It's almost like garlic cheese bread. Right on. Mine was much more plain and simple. Thank you for the hydrate. We'll do that in a moment. Let me use my magic. Robbed. Half my heals have been used, so... I think I'm in the right for thinking that 8 was not enough. That's my favorite attack. It's the only one I have any capacity for dodging. That's my least favorite attack. Hey, Derek Ocean, welcome in. That's all right. I'm not looking for suggestions or help. Was this I don't know if this is the end, Derek. We're gonna find out. I'm just getting here. This is not the last boss, though. This is, I think, the first in a series of last bosses. I'm guessing last stream you didn't beat it then. That would mean, if I had, that would mean time is now flowing backward. Hey, Angelus, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I don't think you mentioned before, what were you actually playing tonight on your stream? I'm gonna type a shout out for you in a short while. I don't want to pause during the boss fight here. I've already paused once. As soon as we take him down. Finishing the Mega Man 4 remake for the Genesis. Right on. I assume you're doing them in order, so that would mean you got 2 left. I've got 2 heals left. I have a healing item in my pocket. I didn't count that earlier, I forgot. But I'm running real low. This guy's got 12 months of health. They haven't done 5 or 6 yet, but they're working on it. Oh, I see. Thank you for the resub, Angelus. Thank you very much for the support, my friend. For 5 months. When it does that long fire blast, it sounds like a train. Because of it flaps its wings so fast. It sounds like a train rolling down the tracks. Victory! Boss 1 eliminated. Thank you for the GGs. So shout out for Angelus. You can give our friend a follow there, and I'll hydrate. I saw you doing Echo on the Game Boy tomorrow. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't either, Derek. On the Game Boy Advance, yeah. It's gonna be awful. There is an Echo Game Boy game too, right? No, I think it's just Game Gear. There was a Game Gear one. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna be a nightmare. That's what I was hinting at when I was talking about how I had something awful up my sleeve for the near future. Alright, let's see what's happened to Burgess here. Alundra, is that you? Burgess, no. You must sleep. You have to dream. If you don't, Alundra's life will be in grave danger. But Mom, I woke up because I heard the sound of Alundra's voice. You must have heard it too. Dear son, Alundra is not here. There is no way you could have heard his voice. Go to sleep quickly now. Uh-oh, everyone's waking up. Mother, I heard him too. I heard Alundra speak. Nestus, we don't have the time for this. Alundra went to do battle with Melzus to save the lives of the people of this land. What? Alundra? Oh my goodness, this is going to be so tedious. We have to watch everyone wake up one at a time. Can't wait to see how great that is, Derek says. Are you alright, Rumi? It's not my imagination. I really can hear him. Alundra, it's Alundra. With all due respect, Rumi, I think you and your children are still a little... Oops. Ah. What's wrong? Alundra? This is like my worst nightmare. What's going on? You aren't dreaming, and yet you can see and hear Alundra. Yes, I can see a light, small but strong. I think we succeeded. This must mean that our dreams and prayers reached Alundra's heart. Oh, Alundra, please be careful. You must return to us. Alundra, you are a boy no longer. You have grown into a strong, brave man. Even Melzus will not stand before you for long. I can just feel it. Alundra, I know you will fight through the obstacles in your path. Be strong. Jess is looking down upon you and smiling, Alundra. He knows you shall deliver us from evil. Hey you, don't doubt yourself. I believe in you. Oh my goodness. There's so much dialogue. My prayers of my heart are with you. Please take strength from that. I will picture items in my mind and try to send them to you. That better work. The long night has at last come to an end. You are the sun, releaser. The morning sun has vanquished the horrible night. Alundra, can you hear our voices and our prayers? Angela says, Tuesday I'm going to be continuing Mystic Quest. Nice. I remember now. I remember that you were playing that before. If we can hear his voice, he must be able to hear ours. Alundra, promise you'll come back to us, promise. No way Mel's this can beat Alundra. He's too strong and too cool. I don't know about that. Finally made it to the movie yesterday, Derek says, but your buddy didn't. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you had a good time regardless. You must emerge victorious. I'm counting on your skill. Please stop with the dialogue. You have risked your life to fight for ours. If anyone deserves our adulation, it's you, Alundra. I get it. We're super cool. You don't need. I don't need every person in the village to tell us the same thing again and again. Oh, Alundra, my heart is filled with regret. I should have gone with you, even though you did not want me to risk my life. Now I can only wait here to see if you live or die. Oh, Alundra, for my sake, you must live. Had a good time. Barbie was really good, Derek says. Right on. Alundra hears and feels the voices of his friends and their prayers. Yeah, there's an Alundra too. I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm trying to avoid learning too much before I play it, but I know it exists because I actually bought it when I bought this one. The thoughts of the united villagers heal Alundra's wounded body and refresh his soul. Nice. Hey, a life vessel? Why do you defer the fate that awaits you, boy? Submit to destiny and free your soul. For no matter how many tears you cry or how desperately you beg for mercy, you shall perish. Oh, it's a guess the right one. I'm not guessing so well. Oh! was a lot of health, those two drops there. Nice. And a lot of lucky guesses here. No. Hey, Master Tuesday. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I think this is the final battle. My last magic heal. I've got one more single heal item in my pocket of considerable size, and then it's nothing but a few small items. So I basically got 2 heals left. Yeah, come on, guy, run out of health. Think about approaching the final boss in tears? Tuesday says. You gotta find one more well first. One set of armor. And some mini quests. Right on. Hopefully you're still thoroughly enjoying every second of the game along the way, too. Come on, game. It's so frustrating. I've been wrong on the when it does the 3 at the top. I've been wrong on that like the last 12 times. But it's frustrating because that beam is hard to dodge and hurts a lot. Wrong again. It is not possible that I could guess wrong this many times. Wrong again. Finally, we got him once. The only way I know if I got the right one is if they disappear. If they disappear prematurely, then it means I got the right one. But if there's any way to tell without just guessing, I don't know. You, how dare you seek to humiliate me in my own sanctuary? For your defiance, you shall drink of the bitter cup of desolation I have prepared, insolent one. I can't do this. I don't have anything left. That's it. I'm out of stuff. This ring recovers your health when you stand still, and it looks like I might be able to do that here, so I'm just going to hang out for a little while. Yeah, we finally reached the dark world of Hyrule. Only 9 more dungeons left. They added a cheese spot. I don't think they knew about the cheese spot. I don't know. It seems to be working, though, for now, so... So I'm just going to stand here and be happy about it. No. Oh my goodness, that hurts so much. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. A long, tedious night. Just gonna take a little nap while it fills back up. it's 3 seconds per unit of health. So, you know, if I got 40 units of health I need to fill, then that's 120 seconds, 2 minutes. That one thing that almost landed on me there was real close. Cheeky, don't give me gameplay suggestions. This is a no backseating stream, and we're pretty strict about that. One hand gone. I'm a maniac. No, the hands respawn. That was all my attacking of the hands has been pointless. Yeah, 3 hours later. I will sometimes look at a manual when I am really stuck in a game. But I do seriously try to avoid reading them. Because my approach is to try to solve everything through first-hand gameplay. And to try to avoid having anything spoiled for me, the manual is too risky to read. But I do keep them close by sometimes as like in case of emergency break class kind of thing. But my general rule is I've got to be stuck for about 2 or 3 hours before I'm willing to try and get help with something. And by stuck, I mean stuck with no hope of progress. If I think I know a solution, and it's just execution that's my problem, that 2 or 3 hour clock doesn't start. don't know if that's hitting or not. That's the same noise. I don't think it is. Oh, I probably have to jump. Oh yeah, I'm a fool. Alright, never mind. It's easy. It's easy. Manual's even sometimes have a guide to the first part of the game. Just look at the Final Fantasy VII manual. Yeah, sometimes they're... Yeah, sometimes the manuals are like, really hand-holdy. But it's just like, you know, like, I use Super Ghouls and Ghosts as an example because, like, in the manual for that, it lists all... Like, it has a list of all the stages in the game with a description. It has a, you know, it has a list of all the weapons, and like, these are things I want to find, like, I want to discover piece by piece. I don't want to go into a game knowing what every weapon is. And I definitely don't want to go into a game knowing, like, how many stages there are, or what the stages are like. I want to go in blind and have moments where I make mistakes and I have the wrong understanding of things. Like, I want to have those, like, times where I'm confused and I make bad assumptions. It's especially fun for me when I make a really bad assumption about how a game works, and yet I still accidentally make it real far. I'm gonna hit the sack now, Captain Jack says. Thank you again for the shout out earlier. Oh, no problem, my friend. Thank you for the raid, Captain Jax. Very much appreciated. And my friends, if you don't follow Captain Jax yet, while we're taking a moment to heal, why not do that? He's got all kinds of all kinds of retro stuff. VR, welcome in. More recent games don't even have manuals. Yeah. I miss the manual for nostalgia reasons, but I mean, I do get why they don't exist anymore. Been lurking for a while. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, that grab is brutal. Just been enjoying the show. Does it feel like the show has been a mixed bag? I hate standing here. I just want to press buttons. Like, even if I could just, like, stand in the corner and jump or something, just to be pressing buttons, to be pressing nothing is the thing that's like, You found the last well? GG Tuesday. I was thinking about not healing, but let's be safe. I don't want to have to repeat any of the boss fights that led up to this, so let's just be safe. Hey, look, it's the pattern. That was working out well. You just gotta focus. Right? I feel much better when I can get the hands moving in sync with one another. You know, if you get one of them to spend some time grabbing at you, then their timing changes, and like right now is good because they're real close to in sync. Imagine if they had level timers in this. Disgusting. Limburger cheese. Hey. We got this emote for a reason, right? A retreat. This is quite the gauntlet. The last dungeon alone. Last dungeons are alone enough to make me not want to do it again. This is the kind of game that I would be up for playing this again, but it would have to be probably a good decade before I would. This is not a game that I could play a lot, like back to back. A speed run, you say? Please no. Quick question about cheese. What flavor or type of cheese has that Doritos cheese flavor? What's the name of the cheese? It's more orange by the color of it. You know, I don't really know, because I don't really like original flavor Doritos. If I'm having Doritos, I get the spicy nacho Doritos or the Cool Ranch Doritos. But I don't really like the original flavor. Sweet and spicy chili all day. Excuse me, Darkness Abide says. Used to be the jumping jack till they did away with it. I don't know if I had that one. Here we have burger slices that have this taste, but it's just called burger slices. I mean, my guess would have been that, you know, basic Doritos are just, they're going for just a cheddar type, just sort of a regular cheddar type flavor, but... I'm far from a reliable reference. I love the fact that the boss made this arena, so they could have made it give them every possible advantage, and then there's this one spot that they just can't reach you at all. I love the fact that we defeated phase 1 of the boss, and the boss is like, ouch, I'm not gonna let you humiliate me. And then transformed into a form where his heart is exposed. He's actively weakened himself for the final battle. PlayStation 1 boss mentality. I thought it was a brain. Oh, maybe it's it's beating like a heart, though. Maybe it's both. It's a lung. It's just one, like, omni organ. It handles... He's got one omni organ that handles all of his vitals. It's probably both. Bosses always stick all the necessary organs together. And now for my final form. Gigantic weak spot emerge. I love it. Yeah, he might be due for his annual physical. He's not looking super healthy. It is pretty fun to, like, just run up and smack him and then courageously flee. Heroically run away. I thought brain just because the eyeballs and hands being included. Oh man, you know what? It's almost like a Nintendo boss, right? With the detached hands. If only the eyeballs were on the hands, it would be a Nintendo boss. Poke it with a stick and run away screaming. In an Australian accent? Boy, this recovery ring is an optional item. Imagine how horrific this would be if I didn't collect it. This would be impossible. I don't know if I would be bold enough to explore the wildlife of Australia. A very high percentage of Australian wildlife seems to just be monsters. Alundra ends with all the excitement of waiting for an elevator. Does you know what this is actually? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Battletoads. Right, the very first time I beat Battletoads, and I had to spend all that time grinding points to get extra lives. That's what I feel like I'm doing here. That's what Vegemite was invented for? To make you powerful enough to face the monsters. We did lose a war to emus, Cheeky says. Hey Doe, welcome in. Did someone say Battletoads? I say the name and you appear. I hope there's not a huge epilogue after this battle. I love Vegemite, Cheeky says. I eat it straight from the jar. I've never tried it. I would be curious to. I'm a pretty notoriously picky eater, though, so I imagine the reaction will not be great. Victory. How? How can this be? How can an insolent child stand before a god? Curse you, Releaser, curse you. Without you, the mortals would have perished. Instead, I have come to this humiliating end at the hand of a mere boy. Alundra, your victory has nearly been realized. Listen carefully to the words I speak. You must burn Melzis' remains with the sacred fire to destroy him for all eternity. Is that the fire book? I don't have any magic left. Oh, hopefully it's this. Arg, your victory shall never be complete, Releaser. The peace you and the other mortals long for shall never be fully realized. As long as mortals harbor darkness within their hearts, evil shall exist. It is an incontrovertible fact. And darkness resides within every mortal heart, even yours, Alundra. Grah. Thank you for the GG. You have exceeded my expectations, Releaser. Well done. But now is not the time to revel in the sweet intoxication of victory. Now that Melzis has perished, the sanctuary cannot remain standing for long. You must escape before the walls collapse and the castle crumbles into the lake. Now we've got like a Metroid style escape sequence, maybe? Hey, Ozzy, welcome in. Overrated? Vegemite's overrated? Don't remember. I was so relieved to have the game done, I just ended up walking away to have a shot. I can't blame you there. Don't worry, Frownie, as long as you don't eat it with a spoon like most Americans do upon first trying it. Well, I've heard that it's best, well, it's been suggested to me to enjoy it on toast with a little bit of butter if I ever try it. Blame dungeon building regulations. The required safe zone was your undoing, Zergling says. This is all because you found the healing cheese spot in the final fight. I mean, it wasn't really that hard to find. It was just right front and center, right? So far, this is my favorite part of the story. It's animated. I don't have to read anything. Finally, this brain killer can be put down? I think so. I think we made it through. Reminds me of the 80s cartoon Lord of the Rings movies. I like the animated Hobbit movie. It kind of drags on in the third act. It's a little slow, but I really like that movie. The second one, the Lord of the Rings one with all the like rotoscoped actors in it, I'm not really a fan of that one. Like, I know the animator who worked on it like has a huge cult following and a lot of people really like him. Didn't do a whole lot for me, that movie. And the third one is the third one's all right, but it's a lot more like it's a lot more childish. It's targeted toward a very young audience. So like the musical numbers and stuff are not as enjoyable. As much of a pain as this game is, it's still an enjoyable experience overall, VR says. Very flawed, but it's decently fun for a literal Zelda ripoff that went nowhere. Yeah, I'm gonna give the second game a try. I'm avoiding looking into it, but I do have a copy of it already, and I do know just from looking at the box that it's considerably different. So evil is defeated only to be reintroduced after drinking to celebrate defeating evil. I'm not really sure what's going on. I don't know if this is I don't think this is epilogue. I don't know. It feels to me like it's retelling a lot of our adventure. More than like I don't think this is stuff happening. Yeah, it's like this is like a recap. Why is he running from the Burger King? I think this game is really good. I mean, it does have flaws. It is obtuse and frustrating. I never had to look anything up to make my way through it. I got really stuck for very, very long stretches of time, though. So, I will say, like, it's probably better enjoyed with a walkthrough, unless you're committed to suffering like me. But it's when you're not stuck, it's generally a lot of fun. There's a lot of trouble with not being able to tell where you can go in situations. I think that's the roughest part for me. Is all the situations where like you have to make one particular jump, like at a diagonal toward the camera, and it just doesn't look like a jump that you can possibly make. Or if you think you completed a dungeon that you didn't really complete, and you wander back out of it, and essentially, you know, basically, like, voluntarily softlock yourself. Almost. I feel like half of these are meant to be cutscenes in the game, and they ran out of money, so they just chucked it all at the end. Well, they play a lot of this at the beginning too, as like the hype reel to get you into the game. I think you're right though that probably the original idea was to splice these in. This is everything you spent 70 plus hours doing. Gotcha. Kind of, yeah. That's what you did wrong. You should have used a wand on the dragon. Yeah, it would have been one hit. Fun fact, Frownie, the official walkthrough had some typos in it that made the game actually impossible. I feel not terribly surprised. The writer mixed up East and West the whole way through it. Oh no. Wow, we've got like a pop theme song for the credits? Nice. Used to own the guide, it was borderline useless. Oh. I think I like the anime elements of Faria better. Gonna say it sounds like the credits got a banger going. Thank you for the trophy stack, Cat. Most games handed over to working designs are generally unfinished. How many times was Lunar the Silver Stars story re-released? Mountain Dew was in the special things? What? Was it? I missed that. Just to remind you that this game came from Japan. Oh, the map design team. What a pair of villains. Putting in all those impossible jumps. Lizard Knight there is kind of cool. He reminds me of the lizard guys from Castlevania 64. The depth perception problem with the platforming in this game. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, the verticality of this game is one of the things that's most interesting about it, but it is also one of the things that is easily the most frustrating part. Yeah, just the perspective of it all around is brutal. I think if they re-released it, like, just giving you the ability to tilt the camera a little bit, like side to side maybe, even if they just gave you like a few degrees of tilt just so you could understand the environment a little better, would vastly lower the frustration level. I mean, ideally they'd give you a whole lot of control of the perspective, but I'm just saying, just the barest minimum would go a really long way. Not a lot worked on this game, huh? It doesn't seem like a huge team. Glad I was here to watch you beat this game. No worries about spoilers by the time I actually play it myself. I've forgotten everything I saw, Angela says. Right on. I mean, it's a huge game. Even if you started it right now, you'd have plenty of time. You'd have plenty of time to forget the details. It takes a long while. I think we were playing for close to 60 hours. I think we're at like 58 or so. Oh my. What a game. What a beast of a game. Oh, we're frozen up. It doesn't do anything else. We just lock on the screen. It's hard to remember it all until the PTSD pops up on you, VR says. Oh. Each step of the way, I had flashbacks of missing jumps and the nightmares of it all. All right, my friends, this was a good time. I'm glad we finally finished this. I've been working on it forever. I'm glad to have played it. I do think very highly of this game, but any recommendation has to have those asterisks by it. It is obtuse and frustrating at times, but it's a fun game. I think we're gonna wrap this stream up. I know it's a little early, but I'm kind of worn a bit thin, so I think we'll just call it a short stream, a bit of an earlier night. We'll head out on a raid. I'll poke around. Since we finished this though, that opens up some time on the schedule. So this week, tomorrow we face an old nemesis. Tomorrow night on the stream, Echo the Dolphin is coming back, my friends. We are going to play the Game Boy Advance port of Echo the Dolphin. We're going to start that playthrough tomorrow. That's going to be in the first part of the stream. It'll probably be in the first part of the stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I would expect it all 3 nights. Oh no, Tuesday says, if you were here, Echo the Dolphin is one of my most challenging playthroughs. We played through the Genesis game. It was my first playthrough. It's one of the few games where I actually had to break down more than once and ask the chat for help because I got stuck for multiple hours in a couple spots. And then on the last level, I was stuck on the last level across several streams for a total of 21 hours. I was stuck on the same level. It was horrific. It's one of the worst experiences, and we're going to revisit it because I found a port of it on the Game Boy Advance. Frownie, I know this is January to December, but why? Yeah, it's gonna be awful. In the second part of the stream, we're gonna try Contra Advance. I'm hoping I'll be able to beat that game the first night with it. So I'm hoping that we'll do a few levels of Echo and then hopefully all of Contra Advance. But I've never played that one before, so I can't really say how it's gonna go. Good night, Frownie and chat. Heading to bed soon. Stick around for the raid. Thank you. Now you gotta find a new game to torture yourself with. Well, it's gonna be Echo. We're gonna do Echo and Contra tomorrow. We're gonna do Tears of the Kingdom on Tuesday and Thursday. Probably the whole night on both of those nights for that game. Well, there's a lot of people I usually don't see live right now. Oh, and I'm thinking that we might also start up. I'm thinking about doing Wario Land 3. I think it's time for a Wario game. So maybe in the second half of the stream on Wednesday and or Friday, we're going to start our playthrough of Wario Land 3. I don't think I've done a Wario game since last year, right? Did we do one this year yet? I don't think we did. Anyway, I'm kind of in the mood for that. So I see Tuesday approves. So that'll be in the near future. Echo, Contra Advance, Tears of the Kingdom, Wario Land 3 coming up this week with those first 2 games tomorrow. Should be starting up around 11 p.m. Central Time. I think I'm going to send this to a streamer I don't actually know, so I can't vouch for this person's content. I believe that we received a raid from this streamer a long time ago, and I've never caught him live. We overlap, I guess. This is a Scone Bone video, so I can't really say what it's going to be like on the other side. Like the family friendliness scale or any of that stuff. I've got no idea. But he's looks like he's playing Castlevania 3 with an NES Advantage controller. Right on. And he's got a wildly amazing mustache. So I would say come along with the raid just to check out this mustache. It's quite impressive. But thank you, my friends. Thank you for being here. This long Alundra adventure. There were so many down times. There's so many dark times, and I'm very grateful to have your company. I've had your company to get me through. Be well until I get to enjoy your company again. Hopefully, it'll be in the very near future. We are all out of things to do tonight, my friends. It is time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.